Hey guys, how is it going? Welcome to the first stream of 2021. Very special day. It's the first time I'm trying this new setup with my PC being over here. So it's the first time I'm actually streaming on the PC. And so it's a pretty weird setup because something happened just now. I basically use a external screen that's just plugged here that has to be plugged to the PC, which is over there. Here. And basically this screen needs to be powered through USB-C, but my PC does not have any USB-C port. So that means I had to put my MacBook like right over here. You can't see it right now, but it's basically sitting on top of the keyboard, like really in a very unstable way. Kinda sucks, but that's the only way I can power the screen right now. So I don't know, we'll have to accept it, and hopefully it's gonna stay that way. And the bad news is I can't actually play like the higher octaves on the keyboard because the laptop is literally just here. So I would have to play everything here, and then for the next time I need to find a better setup. So yeah, but happy to see everyone here. How is everyone doing? What have you been doing for the past weeks? Let me just try something real quick with the laptop. I'm trying to find a longer cable so I can put the laptop further away from me. Okay, no, there's no way I can make it work. Right. That's fine. It will have to work that way. Let me just put my voice louder in my headphones, because I cannot hear myself. Okay, that's better. Alright guys, pretty happy to see everyone here. So today we have some sort of a program, an agenda, I don't know how you say it, but basically the stream is gonna be split into two different parts. The first part is basically right now, where I'm gonna talk about some things that you guys have been asking me, specifically on Twitter, where I asked people to let me know if there are any things they wanted me to talk about. And then if you have any questions, just feel free to write it in the chat and I will answer it directly on stream. Please do not ask any questions about like politics or I don't know, religion or things like that are specifically hard to talk about on Twitch. It's not like it's not interesting. I think politics and religion are very interesting topics, but it's not specifically things I want to talk about right now on stream. So that will be the first part, and then the second part of the stream we are gonna jump into Ableton Live and gonna try and create a metal track using virtual instruments. Yeah, Ableton religion, exactly. That's a religion I can talk about. We're gonna try to create a metal track using virtual instruments. So what that means is basically I have like a guitar library, a bass, a drums library, and we're gonna use those libraries to build a track, see what happens, and hopefully it's gonna sound good. And if it doesn't sound good, then at least we tried. But that's the plan. And like just to add about this virtual instrument thing, it's not something that I do all the time. Like using virtual guitar and stuff like that. Every now and then I do it, but I also like to record guitars. But I think it's a nice challenge for me to try and like create a full track only using those virtual instrument stuff. Could be interesting. Sorry. I was wondering if it was normal that the previous streams were removed from your Twitch, the one from December mainly. It should be back now because I actually removed them, I think 2 weeks ago by mistake, because I don't know, I was like browsing through the settings and I believe I mistook the ability to keep the streams or something else, so I actually removed the past streams by mistake. But you can find them now again. They should be back. I don't know if I can actually check by myself or not. Yeah, I don't. Either way, they should be back. If not today, they're gonna be back at some point in the next weeks. And oh, Drum Corps, thank you for the follow, man. Hope you're doing well. Friends, I don't know if you know Drum Corps. He did a very intense and amazing remix of Floating Point. I think 2 or 3 years ago. Pretty awesome artist. Like, I don't know how I can describe his music. It's like metal breakcore stuff. Very interesting. Very, very well made as well. Sadly, they are not here for me. Well, they should be back. Sorry, I don't know why they're not back today, but yeah, it's gonna happen at some point. Okay, I have some I collected some questions on Twitter. I feel like the music is way too loud, right? I'm just gonna put it a bit quieter. Now it should be fine. Okay. So I collected some questions on Twitter from you guys that I think are interesting, and I'm gonna try to answer them right now. So the first question is by Chaosware, and is asking how to translate music for video games, or more generally, how to write music for video games, and ultimately some technical tips on creating loops and package for video game creators. So my experience with video games is, I would say, limited in comparison to some well-known and not well-known video game music composers. I did a few soundtracks. I did the Hacknet soundtrack. Now I'm doing the soundtrack for The Last Spell, which I just, for the most part, finished last week. So that's a very good news. The developers are very happy with the tracks. That makes me very happy as well. So that's a really great news. And so I've made a few soundtracks for a few games, but I don't have the experience that some other composers will have. But so I don't know if what I will say is really interesting or not interesting. Maybe someone else with more experience will give you better advice than me. But from my experience, what helped me is playing the game. That's really important. Play the game. Like, I used to have a screen with the game playing right on my side here, and I would write the track at the same time. So obviously the video has no sound, but I will write the track as I am watching someone else, like on YouTube or whatever, playing the game on my second screen here. And I think that's a great way to immerse yourself in the universe of the game, because you don't want to, go back and forth between playing the game and then writing your music. So having like a screen with the game playing on your side, like someone else playing the game, is very helpful, I think. And I took a lot of inspiration from past soundtracks. Like obviously the Castlevania soundtrack is a big inspiration, but just going through those, soundtracks and trying to find what makes them interesting, trying to find the patterns. You don't have to be like a music theory expert to understand how it works, just like going through the tracks and listening to them and understanding what's interesting and what works is a good way to keep you in the mindset of creating a video game soundtrack. What is your mastering chain? So it changes all the time. My mastering chain changes all the time. I feel like I have cycles, for example, for the past year, I was all about putting a multiband compressor and the limiter on the master chain and going crazy with like a big compressor and some EQ and having a lot of different effects on the master chain and going crazy with that. But right now, I feel like I'm going minimal in a sense that I try to use as less effects as possible, and I try to have a mix that I like already without relying too much on the mastering chain. Do you know what I mean? So right now, my what I'm trying to say is I really make an effort to use as little effects and processing as possible on the master chain. So basically my mastering chain right now is like one limiter and that's it. But maybe that's too much. Maybe, like I said, it's through cycles. So maybe in 3-4 months I will completely change my mind and I will start using as many effects as possible on the master chain, going crazy with saturation and stuff. I don't know. I used to do that. I used to put like saturation on the master chain. I don't know if you realized how bad of an idea that is, but I used to do that. So, but I don't consider myself as a very good mastering engineer either. So that advice is maybe don't take this advice. I don't know. Just try your own thing. I think that's what really matters. And I had this, I would call it epiphany a few months ago when I realized I was watching I noticed you're talking about Mr. Bill because I was watching a Mr. Bill masterclass on YouTube, and after that I hated my life. Basically. But what's interesting is he said in one of this video that sound designing any kind of sound is basically taking the opposite approach to mixing and mastering. What he meant by that is like when you're creating music, when you're creating tracks and interesting sounds and interesting textures, you really have to stop thinking about like the best practices, because this is something you will find a lot. You will go through pro audio forums, you will go through YouTube videos, and everyone will tell you the same things. Use parallel compression, don't boost the EQ, don't do that. Those are best practices. But I found that if I sort of, if I stopped thinking about those things and tried things by myself, I was being more creative because I did not follow any rules. I did not follow any best practices. Do you follow what I mean? It's like everybody is saying, oh, you should do that, you should put parallel compression here, this is the only way to mix your drums, this is how you do it. But I don't agree with that. I think there are millions of ways to do one thing, and the more you try and go a different route, a different road, the more you realize that it doesn't actually matter so much, and you can achieve really great results and really great sounds by yourself with your own tools and your own ears. And that's like probably the best advice in regards to mixing, is to use your ears as much as possible. Do you use all plugins or some hardware units as well? Right now I do use 100% plugins. I only use plugins. I'm not saying it's the best way of doing it, but it's the most practical way for me, because I don't have to, get a big room with like lots of equipment and a lot of things, like a lot of cables lying around. Maybe one day I will go down that road, but right now I really like having the minimalistic approach of doing everything on the computer, I think it's a very futuristic approach, in the sense that it's only gonna get better through time. Like, I don't believe that hardware audio will disappear, and I don't think that it will start being irrelevant. That's not true. It will always be relevant in the future. But as software gets better, and as audio research gets better, we will, I believe at least, that we will find much better quality software products in the future, and it's something we're gonna be able to avoid using hardware machines entirely. But I don't know how far in the future this is gonna happen, because obviously you may realize that playing through a guitar amp and recording guitar with your VST plugin is a different feeling as well. Like, it's a different feeling having a cap right next to you in comparison to having headphones. It's like so we'll see how that evolves, but I believe that it will get better for sure. Your album sound great, proves how good plugins have really gotten. Yeah, for sure. I have never used real amps. Well, you don't have to. That's the beauty of modern audio, I guess. You don't have to. I used to have a what was it? I think it was a PV. I think it was a 5150 that I had, like something like 12 years ago when I first started. I used to play in a metalcore band, and I was using a 5150 and like a huge 4x12 cab, and it was lying around in my parents' house, and they basically hated it because it took so much room. Like, it was sitting there in the living room, and my parents hated it. And then I sold it, and I think I bought like an Xbox with it or something. I sold my amp and I bought an Xbox. That tells you a lot about the person that I am, I guess. And then what's interesting is, I mean, it's not very interesting, but it's worth thinking about it. I sold the Xbox like 2 months after. I didn't play it so much because I had to move to a different city, and I needed money as well. And yeah, so I sold the Xbox in the end, and I didn't even play it so much. But I played Dead Rising 1, which was a very, very cool game. Pretty amazing game, actually. Pretty amazing game. I played the last one, like Dead Rising 4 or 3, a few years ago, and I was so disappointed. in comparison to how good the first one was. Anyway, that's off topic. Okay, I'm gonna try and go through the next questions I got on Twitter. So Julian Gruber is asking, when writing, is your focus more on the current part or the overall flow of the song? That's actually a very interesting question, because I'm not so sure myself where I stand. I believe it's always good to keep an eye on, an ear, to keep an ear on like the whole atmosphere of a song. Oh, my webcam just stopped working. That's not the first time it happens. I don't know why it keeps happening. Let me try something real quick. Okay, and we're back. So coming back to this question, so I think it's important to keep track of the atmosphere of a song. Like when I'm, at least from my experience, when I'm working on a track, I will try and loop the section I'm working on right now. So let's say I'm working on a 20-second section. I will loop that part and I will try and add details and like make the part groovy, interesting, and make it sound good. Then every now and then I will try and listen to the track from the beginning or from the section before and see how the sections before like transition into this new section I'm writing at the moment. And sometimes I will realize, oh shit, actually it doesn't work at all. Like it's completely irrelevant to the way the track started before that. So I will try and maybe bring back some elements that were in the first section of the track back into the new section. That way it sort of ties the whole thing together. Or sometimes I will just scrap the new section entirely and try something different. And sometimes it actually works. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. It works with how the track started in the beginning. Let's keep going, you know. So this question, the question was, is your focus more on the current part or the overall flow of the song? So I think it's actually both. You know, you should not focus on one more than the other one. You should work on one section at a time and be able to really make it interesting and make it like you have to listen to it a few times before you can actually make it better. But at the same time, you need to listen to the whole thing to make sure that it makes sense, you know, to make sure that the atmosphere of the song is here and that you're not doing like that you're basically not doing my first songs, because this is exactly when I listen to my very old songs, like I'm talking about songs from like 10, 12 years ago. A lot of times I'm like, oh shit, it's too bad that the track went that way, because this section here was so good. I wish I could listen to it again, you know. And that's a mistake I made a lot in the past. I was just like going crazy and writing like completely random transitions and random sections that do not make sense with the whole flow of the track. So now I'm trying to get more of a like overall feeling, you know. Do you have an exact idea of what you're going to write before writing a track? Just go with the flow without any general idea. I would say that 90% of the time sorry. I would say that 90% of the time I have no idea what is gonna happen when I start writing a track. I would just start with like a melody that I like, or maybe, you know, messing around with the keyboard until I find something that sounds good, is interesting, whatever. And then go from there, and I record it, and then when it's on the screen, I try to either edit it in a way that makes it even more interesting, or try to add different elements around it or layered with it that makes sense, you know, and that I feel like I'm going somewhere. But I would say that most of the time when this is happening, it really takes a while before I feel like I got something. You know, it's like I would just mess around, maybe add a few more elements, maybe change the elements again and again. And I'm still in the like experimentation phase. I'm still researching, experimenting stuff. At some point, it's gonna click. I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, now it feels like there's some sort of atmosphere in the track. It feels like it's trying to say something. And then, yeah, and then it just flows from there. It just flows, and then everything falls into place more easily than in the beginning. But personally, I need to go through this part where I'm experimenting stuff, I'm trying out things, and I'm moving things around, I'm changing sounds, I'm going a bit crazy until it clicks and until I feel like I'm going somewhere, you know. So I never have any like specific idea of what the track is gonna sound like before I start working on it. It would be I mean, I can sometimes I just like, I don't know, I lie around in my bed, you know, and I close my eyes and I can think about music. It happens. But when I'm sitting down in front of my home studio, it doesn't happen that way. It's not like I have crazy melodies and crazy drums happening in my head and I'm trying to replicate it on the screen. It's more like I have to do something. I have to create a basis before everything starts going like into flow state or whatever. I feel like it's pretty hard to explain in a way, but it's actually very simple. The only advice that you should take from this is just do it. Just sit and do something and you will see that it's gonna happen. At some point, you will start writing the track. I mean, the track will start writing itself, almost. What do you think about teenage engineering instruments? Have you ever tried them? I've never tried them, although I would love to. Have you ever used live coding techniques and tools in your songs? I have not used any live coding techniques in my songs, though I would also love to. But it's not something I've like been experimenting with or researching so much. Because I'm happy with the tools that I'm using right now, and maybe one day, I feel like one day it will happen. I feel like it's something that I will mess around with at some point in my life. But right now, I'm with the tools I'm using, I'm so happy to like find so many ways to create things. I feel like I have already so many opportunities that I don't need to go even more crazy. You know what I mean? Although I've messed around with Max for Live. So Max for Live is basically a programming language that's sort of built on top of Ableton Live that allows you with a it's like a block. I don't know, like a diagram like you have to basically use blocks to connect them to each other, and then you start creating a program that generates sound, and then you can go and be like, okay, I have my sine wave, I have like my filter here, let's connect them together. Then I have an oscillator, so let's connect it to the filter or whatever, and you can go crazy with that. So I've messed around with it, but I have not created any serious, I would say, sound with it. Salut Kiwi, ça va? C'est ravi de t'avoir sur le stream. So I'm going to the next question on Twitter, which is from... Wait. Wait 1 second. So from Binary State. So the tweet is pretty long, but it's basically asking to hear my approach regarding reverb and delay sense, and how to create abstract sounds using like reverb and delay and that sort of things. So my advice regarding reverb and delay is going to be pretty simple, but it's something that has been pretty successful with me in the past. When you feel like a sound should not be in the foreground, you feel like sometimes, I have like those crazy drums and guitar, and they really need to hit hard. They really need to be precise and like be in the foreground, and they really need to hit all the time. And sometimes I have those soundscapes that are more in the background, and it feels like they're here, you can hear them, and they're pretty precise, but it's almost as if they're being hit by the drums in the foreground. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's the way I picture it, And so the soundscapes in the background, in order for them to, be in the background, that's the right term. In order for them to be in the background, I use most of the time reverb and delay, because then it creates this like wall of sound that seems thick, even though it's only a few notes on a synthesizer. And that's the magic, I think, of delay and reverb, is like with a few notes, with very simple sounds, you can create an impression of like space, and you can create like a wall of sound. And that's very interesting, and that's the way I personally use reverb and delay. Recently I started working more with resampling techniques. So what that means is you have a sound, you apply reverb to it, like a huge amount of reverb, and then you record that sound, and then basically you use it as a sample that you can cut, and then you create like this very short burst of reverb. I can show you later, maybe. It's easier to explain it than doing it right now. But resampling reverb is also a very interesting tip. So another question I got was about guitar tones. So again, I'm not like I don't feel like I'm specifically an expert about guitar. I can play a few riffs. I hope do that pretty okay. But I'm not a very good guitar expert. But what has been working for me quite successfully is using plugins like Biosophics, or more recently the neural DSP plugins. and they already have like a bunch of presets that are pretty good. They're really good presets, and you just need to go through the preset. Maybe you change a few things depending on your ear and what you like, and I think it's enough to get like a very satisfying and good guitar sound. You don't need to go like the extra step of having hardware stuff, and except if you're Tosin Abasi or whatever and you need like a crazy solid tone and something that's like, I would say, avant-garde or like specifically incredible, like people like Pliny are doing. You know, these guys, I understand that they need to go the extra mile and having like a very distinctive and very special guitar sound. But for my own tracks, I don't go that far, I would say, and I try to have like a minimal approach to it and use one plugin, a preset, one EQ. I think that's like the part that makes it work with the other elements, is using an EQ. So because I have a lot of synthesizers going on and a lot of like electronic drums going on in this at the same time, the whole mix can sometimes, I mean, is basically all the time a lot more treble rich than a typical metal band, and bass rich as well. But for the purpose of this explanation, I'm gonna focus on the treble. So my mixes, because I create music, I create metal in an electronic music way, my mixes are more treble rich than a typical metal band. Right. So what that means is when there is a guitar can have a lot of treble, but my synthesizers and my electronic drums do also have a lot of treble. So what I'm doing with the EQ is very simple. I'm basically cutting the treble. You know, not all of them, and I try to be like very careful with the amount of stuff I'm cutting from the guitars, but most of the time I cut a little bit of treble to give space to the synthesizers and to let them, you know, create the story. And that's I think that's very important to the way that my music sound. You know, it wouldn't sound the same way without this, and this allows the synthesizer to really drive the music. It's in my tracks, basically the synthesizers and the drums are driving the music, not the guitar. It's mostly those two other things that are doing it. Question for you: have you ever wanted to get a hardware synth? I have one. I can show you real quick. So I have this Korg Minilog. Think about it, 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Can't remember. But it's basically a full analog synthesizer that was pretty cheap at the time. Cheap in terms of price, obviously. I think now there's a new version of it. It's basically the same one, but they added a bunch of stuff and it looks better and it sounds better. So the new one is even more amazing, but back in the day, this one was also pretty good. I don't use it much these days, actually, but I have sort of periods. There are some periods in my life where I've used it a lot more, and especially in the live shows, I used it quite a lot. So in my live shows, I basically had a MIDI keyboard like this one, the synthesizer keyboard, my guitar, and then my laptop, and then like a bunch of audio interface stuff and wireless headphone stuff. And I used the synth in a very interesting way. So I had my tracks, and I had like my bass, my drums, my synths playing, and I had also some MIDI tracks sending some data to the synth. So a lot of time I would manipulate the synth here while it was being fed with the MIDI tracks of like the actual music. So that was a cool way to, you know, modulate the sound of the music in a live way, because it's happening right here in the analog synthesizer, and still have like the powerfulness and the precision of playing MIDI track. It's still now since the new version. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. It's a very, very, very cool synth. I don't know how much it costs. Let me check. Real quick. I have a few different prices here. Let's check on Thomann. Prog Minilog. Yeah, it's like 500 euros. A bit less, like 484. And yeah, it's very, very, very cool synth. I recommend it if you're into analog synthesizer and you want to get one. It's a really good one for like a very reasonable price. It works well, it sounds great, it looks cool. So on mine, sadly, something terrible happened. It was during one of the shows. I think it was, so when I first got it, like 4 years ago or 5 years, I can't remember the exact date, but let's say I got it 4 years ago. We did a tour like the next month, like the month after I get it, we go on tour. I bring it with me, and I don't know exactly how it happened, but maybe it had something to do with my drummer, Jean Ferry, carrying his kick drum and then putting it on top of a bunch of bags. I don't remember exactly, but basically you can see, I don't know if you can see well, but yeah, basically it's a little bit bent. So it's okay, it's not so bad, but it's still a bit annoying. And especially annoying, it happened like a month after I got it. So that was not cool, but yeah, still works. You know? So you can see it's bent. I think it might be possible to put it back, like by slightly hitting the whole thing and like bending it with a tool or whatever. But I haven't tried. Still, it only happened once, you know. I did a lot of shows with this one, but it didn't happen again. So I guess that was just bad luck in the beginning. All right, I need some water. Okay, do I have any more questions on Twitter? Okay, hi from Glasgow, Remy. I've seen your live show a few times over the years and wondered what style of live shows you would do in the future. Would you still tour with a live drummer if you have had some fantastic drummers? I love that aspect of the shows. Thank you very much, man. Really appreciate the kind words. So to reply to your question, honestly, it's not something I've been thinking about a lot these days. Obviously, because of COVID, it's very hard to play shows right now. So it's hard to project yourself into doing that. So, I think if I had to reply to you right now and find an answer for that, it would be that I would probably keep the same formula. You know, I think working with a drummer and having my own setup with guitar, synthesizers, and having like a cool light show, I think that works pretty well. And I would probably keep that formula and start building on top of it by improving it. You know, and oh, thank you, Swooshy, for the sub. Thank you very much, man. I lost my train of thoughts. Yeah, I would keep the same formula and try to work on top of it and start improving it by, you know, maybe investing in the light show, maybe bringing more synthesizers on stage, for example. That would be, of course, a very interesting way to, you know, improve the live show. But it's, like I said, it's hard to really project myself right now into that scenario because obviously we cannot play shows, and I've started focusing a lot more on actually creating music, and like doing the live stream right now is something that I want to start doing more frequently as well. So I have a lot of different projects right now, and amazing projects, and I feel like thinking about like trying to find ways to improve a live show right now is a bit too much for me, because I'm not in the mindset to think about that. But hopefully, let's cross fingers. I really hope that live shows will come back to the world, because the world needs music. The world needs live music, especially. And I miss live shows. I miss going to live shows. I miss playing live shows. I miss all of it. I miss festivals, and it's a bit sad. It's like we live in a very sad time especially for culture, like things like that. But friends, let's cross fingers. Let's hope it gets better soon in the future. Well, I missed some message right now, so let me. Your music is really unique. Did you manage to describe a genre in which you are working on from the very beginning? How did you find a definition of synth-driven progressive metal? Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's a difficult question, but honestly, it's the best advice I can give you is to not think about it. I mean, for me, when I'm gonna talk about when I first started making this kind of music, like specifically making the algorithm, like making metal with electronic elements. I did not think about how it's called. You know what I mean? I started experimenting with stuff, and for me it was experimental. That's the way I described it in the beginning. Really, I used to put on my MySpace profile, it was just saying experimental metal or whatever, and I used to send my music to like blogs. Back in the day, there were like music blogs where you could download albums on Mega Upload or things like that, and I used to send my albums for free. Like I would upload them on Mega Upload myself and send them to the blogs, being like, "Hey man, I got this Algorithm album. Can you upload it on your piracy music website?" So I would basically do the job of what the Russians are doing right these days with my own music. But anyway, what my point is you should not think about how your music is called. You should think about how your music sounds, I guess. That's like, I don't know. Do you plan to do Book Infinity live? Nope, I don't plan on playing Book Infinity live. What was it like touring with Voyager back in 2014? Was it in 2014? Nah, man, it wasn't in 2014. Voyager was like in 2017. Yeah, 2017. So what was it like touring with Voyager back in 2017? It was great. It was amazing people. Like full of happiness, full of jokes, and I don't know how I can describe them, but they are very, 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 very nice people, and we had a really great time. And for those that don't know, Voyager is an Australian band, and they invited us to do a small Australian tour. I think we played like 5 shows or 6 shows, something like that, all around Australia. And these guys are so nice. They're really, really nice. And it was especially, I would say, hard tour, because touring in Australia is a bit of a nightmare, in the sense that you do all your travels by plane. So it's not like in Europe, where you basically hire a van or a big car or whatever, and then you travel by car from Paris to Brussels, from Brussels to Berlin or whatever in the car. In Australia, you have to take a plane to go from Sydney to Melbourne, and then Melbourne to Brisbane or whatever. So you have to take planes all the time. And when you have a big backline, when you have guitars, when you have amps, when you have drum kit, it starts being a nightmare, because being in airports with so much equipment is like not a good thing. It's very annoying, and you have to wake up super early in the morning to catch the cab to go to the airport. So it's pretty difficult. But my point is, touring with Voyager in these conditions was, of course, pretty hard, but Voyager are so nice that it made us forget about the negative aspects of the tour, and we had such a good time, because these guys were so happy and so funny, and so very good experience. Hello, Remy from Perpignan. I don't know what to say, but I think you're an amazing musician that inspires me to gent every day. That's awesome. It's a very cool thing to gent every day, but don't forget to rest on the weekend from too much genting. Because I don't know if there's such thing as a gent overdose, but maybe it's a great thing to avoid it, and so you can rest on the weekend if you can. I think the Algorithm is beyond a music style, because for me it's a great combination of all these things I love. Computers, metal, gent, synth, drums. So oh my god, there's I have a window here. So there's a window, and so I live in like a big complex of different apartments, and a lot of people live here. And I think there's someone that has a cat, a black cat, and he always come into my apartment and he always like meow at my door, so he wants to go in. And now he's at the window trying to get my attention so I can let him in. And but I'm not gonna do that because, okay, maybe I can. Let me bring the cat if I can. Okay, that's the cat. I don't know what he's trying to do. But it's not my cat. It's just coming through the window right now. I think he's looking for food. I'm gonna, you know what? It's not a good thing to have it. Or maybe he can stay here actually. Yeah. From here. No, friends, he wants to go back to his owners, I think, so I'm gonna let him go. Nice cat, nice cat. What's his name? His name is Tico. Because he has a small medal here with the name of his owners and like the phone number. And there's also his name, which is Tico then. Okay, there was a message I didn't read correctly. I think the algorithm is beyond a music style because for me it's a great combination of all the things I love. Computers, metal, gent, synth, drums. So you're the best. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. That's really nice. So the cat is still here in the window. I don't know what to do about this. I think he's probably... Maybe he's just watching the stream. Like the real live stream. He will not be able to hear the music, sadly, but he's enjoying himself. That's the best thing. The algorithm is the best music in the world. I would not say it's the best. I mean, for me at least, it's the best I can do. That's something I can say. But yeah, but thank you very much for the kind words. Obviously, thank you very much. All right, let me check if there are any more questions on Twitter. Things I can answer to. I cannot find. Yeah. Right. I think I went through all the questions on Twitter, so probably we're gonna start going to Ableton Live right now. Okay, here we are. So if you just joined the stream right now, basically what we're doing is we're gonna try and create a full metal track. So instrumental metal track, no vocals for now. Maybe, well, let's never say never. Maybe somehow it's gonna happen. Maybe someone from the chat will send me vocals. Maybe I will start going crazy and singing. I do not think it's gonna happen, but let's never say never. And so we're gonna try and create a full metal track, instrumental metal track using virtual instruments. So what that means is I'm not gonna record any, even though I have some guitars, one guitar and one bass over here. I don't know if you can see over here. I'm not gonna use them. I'm gonna let them sit here nicely in the background. And I am going to write with using virtual instruments libraries. So virtual bass, virtual guitar, virtual drums. Will the recording of the stream be for subscribers only? No, recordings are for everyone. Recordings will be available to everyone. And then if things go well, they should also be uploaded to YouTube. I'm looking into maybe find a way to find someone that can edit the videos and create like a highlight or best of, however you want to call it, of this session. And then so it's instead of being like a multiple hours video, it's gonna be, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. But it's not certain that I can find someone that can do that. So if I can't find someone that can do an edit of the stream, then I'm going to upload the full stream to YouTube anyway. So yeah, it's gonna be there waiting for you when you have time to watch it. Thanks a lot, Pixel Junkie, for the subscription. Thank you very much. Oh, let me show you something just for you. Right. Thank you for watching. Yeah, that's like a very special way to thank you for the subscription. It's only the beginning. I'm gonna find even better stuff for the next time. Okay. So here we are in front of nothing. Let's try and write something. So if you just joined, there's also something that happened today, and that's pretty uncomfortable. But basically, I have to charge my external screen that is here using USB-C, and only my MacBook has USB-C ports. So what happened is I had to put my MacBook right over here. So you see this keyboard here? Looks nice and white and black, like a keyboard basically. But this octave here is actually blocked by my MacBook that needs to charge my external screen here. So it's pretty bad. It's very uncomfortable. I'm having the worst time of my life. I'm kidding. No, it's very uncomfortable, but this, just so you know, but I'm gonna try and make the most of it, and for the next time I will improve this situation. Oh, the cat is still here. Very, very cool. All right. So here we have, I already set up this project because I did not want to do this setup again. Let me just bring the sound back. Okay. Here we have some drums. So for the drums, I'm using the Modern and Massive plugin. Oh, you did not see the plugin on OBS. Fuck. Okay, I have to change something on OBS quickly because right now you should be able to see the plugin window, but you're not seeing it, so I need to change something. I need to capture the screen instead of capturing. Yeah, that should do it. That should do it, but let's bring it here. Okay, nice. So now you should be able to see the plugin window. It's a new challenge to do a track with higher octaves. Yeah. Of course. Why am I opening it again? I'm stupid. Okay, now that should work. I don't know how's the volume. Okay. Very nice. Let's try and create a simple beat. I'm gonna bring the volume back up for you guys. I want something faster than that. Okay, very simple beat for the beginning. Let's try to bring a bass. So for the bass guitar, I'm using this incredible library that's called Gin Bass. It's made by Submission Audio, which is owned by a guy named Ermin Handovic, I think is his name. And it's very genty bass. So it's a bass that's basically based on the popular Darkglass type sound. And it sounds pretty good. Up, okay. Let's do like a running. No, that's too fast. Okay. For the guitar, I kind of want to first create a clean guitar sound. So let's duplicate this track here. Have a clean guitar and distorted guitar. How does that sound? So for the guitar, I'm using Shreddage 3. I've been using it a few times in the past, and I think it's pretty good. Like there are some things that I wouldn't like know how to do specifically, like basically guitar leads and guitar solo stuff. Not very good with programming that, but with like rhythm stuff and riffs, I think it's pretty good actually. For the drums, I use two libraries. I use the GGD Modern Massive for the overheads, so that means all cymbals. For the kick, I use Superior Drummer. For the snare, I use Superior Drummer. And for the toms, I also use Superior Drummer. And as you can see, it is not optimized at all. But that's the way I like to do it. But I have basically loaded 3 instances of Superior Drummer for each element. So one for kick, one for snare, and one for toms. So I have 3 Superior Drummers running plus Modern and Massive. Why am I doing this? Because I really like the cymbals on Modern and Massive. I think they're very they work really well with my mixes, and I much prefer kick, snare to toms in Superior Drummer personally. And then I'm routing some of it into a parallel compressor. Salut OraShred, bah, carrément, ça fait plaisir que tu sois passé. Passe une bonne journée. I was saying hi to OraShred. He's an artist I did a remix for last year. You can listen to it on Spotify and stuff. Okay, let's go for the clean guitar sound. There's one I like. I can't remember. I forgot which one it is. Oh, that might be this one. Okay, that doesn't sound good. Why is there so much distortion on this? So much distortion on this sound. Let's try to bring the gain. So much distortion, what's going on? Let's bring the input back down. Okay, that's better. It's still very quiet. Oh, my webcam went off. Let's try to record something like that, and then we'll improve the sound right after that. So let me remove the bass for now so I can focus on the guitar. Something like that. And Shredder just byte, knob, and power chord articulations out of the box. Yeah, I will go through that in a minute. I'm just trying to find like a riff I can start writing. Salut Azroth66, comment ça va? See you Cartoon Fairy. Maxime, see you later. It was a pleasure to have you on the stream. C'était un plaisir, à très bientôt. Merci beaucoup. You should, if some of you don't know, you should check out Cartoon Fairy. He's a producer and is doing, I don't know how to describe his music, but it's like there's some progressive metal elements and some, I would say, Japan or at least Asian influenced melodies and sounds. Like those two elements infused together. It's pretty special and pretty unique, and I recommend that you check it out. Salut Kiwi, bah oui, ravi de t'avoir sur le stream. J'espère que tu passes un très bon moment. Et j'espère que tu passes une bonne journée. So sometimes I'm speaking French because I'm talking to French people. Basically, I just said, have a nice day and hi, and also have a nice day, but I just said that. I don't know how many people are French. I don't know if maybe I should speak French more often, maybe less often. I don't know. I know that there are a lot of people that do not speak French in my chat, so that's why I'm speaking in English so I can, communicate with everyone properly. Okay. Oh, I forgot to update the stream title. So that's metal with virtual instruments, music production. Ok. La pomme est rouge. Oui. Ouais, very, very good. Very good. I say that all the time. Like, as soon as I wake up, I'm saying la pomme est rouge. And most French people I know say it all the time. So that's why I'm gonna try and say it more often. If that's the only, if that's the only thing you know in French, I probably say it all the time then. It's good to set the bases before starting the day, for sure, man. La pomme est fucking rouge. Hey, what are you working on? I'm playing Mario Kart right now. I'm working on track. So I updated the stream title. Hopefully it worked, but basically trying to write a metal track with virtual instruments. The apple is fucking red, my friend. The apple is fucking red. And let's call this track The Apple is Fucking Red. Hello friend, finally catch one of your streams. Welcome Dino, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. I do hope that your apple is fucking red. Yeah. So there's a trick that I do every time I'm working with virtual instruments. It's a very nice trick, but basically I'm using a delay on the track, on the bass and guitars track. So what's happening is by setting this property here to -23, it's shifting the whole MIDI track 23 milliseconds in the past. And the reason I'm doing this is because the attack of the bass, so I can write my bass right on the grid. Everything is fixed to the grid, but then the kick drum attack does not clash with the bass guitar attack anymore. So you basically have your bass guitar playing, and then right after it, the kick drum is being triggered. So it allows the attack of the bass guitar and the attack of the kick drum to be happening not at the same time, which improves, I think, the feel of the track and the overall sound. So I think it's a pretty nice trick. I'm doing it for the guitar as well. The delay thing rules, totally essential thing to do. Definitely, man. The day I realized it, I was like, I don't know how I can write track without this before. Yeah, those small silences, they're a little bit annoying. So let's try and bring... Okay, let's try and improve the guitar sound. Now, which plugins are you using? I use a lot of plugins, so for which elements specifically? Okay, there's some delay on it. Maybe I can add, because I feel like the transition between the repetition of the loop here is very strange. For example, the drums, is it a virtual? Maybe now you're not asking any stupid questions. Don't worry. There's no stupid questions. The drums. So the drums is the drums are two plugins, the two libraries as it's called. For the cymbals and the overheads, I use the GGT Modern and Massive. For the kick, snare, and toms, I use Superior Drummer 3 with one of the classic kits. So it's a very, very, very minimal and simple setup right now. There's not so much processing on it. There's like few, maybe some compression, some EQ, but there's nothing crazy happening. The focus, I think, is on writing the track right now. Are you using PC? Yes. So for those that were on the previous streams, I think 3-4 weeks ago, or maybe like 3 years ago when I started streaming in 2017, 4 years ago, I used to stream on Mac. The reason I did switch to PC is that my MacBook did not handle loading audio libraries and streaming on OBS at the same time. So I had a lot of problems and a lot of like stuttering and buffering, artifacts, like glitchy sounds basically when I was streaming on the Mac. So for producing my own tracks, I'm doing everything on the Mac. When I'm doing production, like basically off stream. But for the purpose of streaming music production, I'm doing it on PC because there seems to be much better performance doing that and running OBS at the same time. That's the reason. But honestly, in terms of like the quality, in terms of performance, I am not sure if I'm seeing, like obviously with OBS it's much better on PC, but without OBS, without streaming, I am not sure I'm seeing any performance difference between producing on Ableton on Mac or producing on PC. Honestly, it feels pretty similar to me. The only thing that changes, and that's why I prefer writing my music on Mac when I'm not streaming, is because I like the workflow on Macs. I like having, the Finder. I like the way the OS. Excuse me. I was just burping away from the mic. I like the way the OS work on Mac, because yeah, it seems to me that I'm able to be more efficient and be faster when I'm working on Mac. But then again, in terms of the quality, like the performance, I mean, I don't know if I see any difference, honestly. Why 3 instances of Superior Drummer instead of 1? Because I'm lazy. That's the first answer. And I do not want to I do not want to go through the mixer and assigning the different outputs. That's just too much work. And I don't like that. And secondly, I don't know, it works that way. And if I'm changing, like if I'm modifying the sound of one of the elements, so if I want to change the snare, if I want to change the toms, it feels easier for me to know that it's happening in one single plugin, and I can go crazy and change it. But that's not the real answer. The real answer was the first one I gave, obviously. What bass? I feel like I'm saying this all the time. The bass is Gin bass. This one is pretty amazing. Emulation of the like metal dark glass type sound. Very cool plugin. Sounds really great. Okay, let's see how that sounds. Let's try to create a variation here. So we are G, G sharp, G, D sharp. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's not too bad. Not too bad. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Let's bring a guitar, maybe next. Another guitar. Maybe like some sort of post-metal lead. I feel like this track could start very calm, you know, with like this clean arpeggio. Then we start introducing some post-metal atmospheres using the guitars. Maybe we can add some synth later on. And then at some point, the track starts going like a bit crazy with like a heavy riff. So everyone in the chat can start headbanging at home. And then after that, we calm down and we go back to the clean guitar sound. What do you think? Do you like that? Do you like the plan? I like built-in Ableton drum rack because it's well integrated. I love the drum rack too. I think the first reason I gave earlier, that I'm lazy and I like doing it stupidly like that, is valid reason. It's like something I do, and I know it's not the most optimized way, but I think the reason is I like knowing. No, I'm trying to find the best way to describe this feeling. Wait, hold on. I like being able to see on my screen all the sounds that I'm hearing. So the problem for me that if I put everything in a drum rack, it sort of hides the fact that there's a kick, a snare, some toms, and some overheads. You know what? That's specifically working for me. It does not mean that I am giving the advice that everyone should do that. But that's the way I prefer working. I like knowing that these elements are tracks, because then I can really easily change the volume. And it does not mean it's something I cannot do if I had put everything in a drum rack. Obviously, it's still possible, but it kind of hides the elements away from me, and I don't like that. I like being in control of everything that's happening in Ableton. So I like being very, very verbose. Does this term work for this specific situation? Like, I like being very verbose with the stuff I'm doing. I like knowing that there's a kick, a snare, and toms, and the only way for me to, for sure, know that is to create tracks. But obviously, I 100% agree. It is definitely not the most optimized way of doing it, and in a way, it's pretty stupid. I completely agree, but it works for me. Okay, let's try to bring Wow, that lasts forever, this delay. Wait, what? Why is this delay? Oh, okay, the delay is here. I do not like the fact that it's tremolo. Let's change that quickly. Okay. It's too much overdrive. Too much gain, maybe. Let's try and put, I'm going to put my own reverb. Let's play the track and see if we can find a riff that would go well. Something like this, but the first part was bad, I think. So let's do it again. I do not like this crazy harmonic. Okay, that could be our way into a more heavy section of the track here. For me, I'm actually playing on my bass. That's awesome. Just please take a video and tag me like on Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Take a video of yourself playing through the track. Hello from Mexico. Awesome. How is Mexico going? Okay, I want to try and bring the heavy riff here. And then I feel like the transition here could be slightly better, especially with the drums, but let's try and write the heavy drums first, and then we'll go back to the transition here and see if we can improve it and add some feels, some interesting stuff that would help the track like transition to this section here. I'm gonna leave the drums like this. So I'm not sure it's gonna. I'm pretty sure it's gonna change. But I just want to start and write the guitar part right now, and then we'll go from there and try to make like a more interesting drum patterns. Yeah, let's never forget that the apple is fucking red. Very important fact. Seriously. If you have to learn one thing from this stream, look at the title of the track and then thank me later. There's something to it. There's something to it. It still needs a few more variations, like especially here, in order for us to announce the metal riff that's coming right after it. I think we need to be able to. We have to find like a drum fill or something that will lead into the metal riff that's right after. So let's try and do that. And the apple is red, of course. Of course. Okay, it's G sharp. So G sharp here. Something like this, I guess, would work. Something that's bugging me is like the reverb of this guitar here. So I would kind of like to maybe keep it going through the next riff. Like I always press the keyboard too hard, and then it creates like this high velocity note, which is guitar harmonics, and it's definitely not what I want. Fuck. Nah, it was bad. I need to try again. I'm not sure about the last note. Something I want to change as well is maybe the second repetition of this riff here. We can have these two notes. Let's see how it sounds. Forget, I made a mistake. It should not start here. It should start here. Or maybe it can start one fourth before. And same thing for the second note here. And then with the drums, we're gonna try and push those accents with like the kick drum. Oh no, it should not start here. I think it should be one note, one note only, one note before. Same thing here. Okay, copy that. I just realized I completely forgot to tweet about me going live. So let me just do that real quick. Real quick. All right. All right. I am actually playing with you. Will you send me the finished track on Instagram? Yeah, I can do that. If you want to play bass on it, that's something we can do. I wanted to ask how did you guys you guys and girls, obviously, how did you friends it's a better way to say it. How did you friends find about this this stream today? Was it because I posted about it on Twitter, Instagram, or was it something else? Make sure Twitter knows what color the apple is. Fuck, that's a better way to say it. And you know what? I'm going to delete my tweet. I am going to delete my tweet and put it and do it again. The is the apple red? Find out now. Find out now. On stream. Here we go. And then randomly looked you up to see if anything new was going on. Awesome. Twitter, Instagram. Cool. I lost track. Oh yeah, I was walking on this section here. Okay, let's try from the beginning. It's getting there. I want to try something just before it actually goes into the metal section. I want to try if I can add like a pause from the drums just before the drum fill. Okay. Let's try something else. Let's try to resample the guitar. Let's have one hit. Okay. And then we try and resample that. And then we're gonna try it and put it in reverse just before the section hits here. Let me try again. Fuck, it's too short. Try something like that. Not sure it's gonna work, but let's try our best. Feel like we could automate this better that way. Okay. As usual, we can come back to it later on. Try to move on to the next riff. Let's try and make like a breakdown. Try and make a breakdown. Breakdown. Everyone going crazy in the chat, hitting each other in the pit or whatever you're doing. I've been in the mosh pit once, probably once in my life. Like one of my first live shows in Perpignan, and like a long time ago. Probably like let's say 15 years ago. There was like this hardcore band from Portugal, and they played a live show, and we were like 10 people in the audience. 5 of them were my friends, and we were pretty drunk. So we went into the mosh pit, and it was pretty ridiculous. I'm sure it was absolutely ridiculous, like terrible, like absolutely terrible. I'm pretty sure. From my perspective, it was awesome, and I felt like I was doing really well, like all the mosh pit moves and stuff. But from the perspective of everyone else, it was probably terrible. But I had fun. And that was the only time I went into the mosh pit. But you, my friends in the chat, I know that's something you're really waiting for. Am I right? You wanna you wanna listen to this track at home and mosh pits by yourself. Yeah, I wanted to do something and I completely forgot what it was. Oh yeah, we wanted to do a breakdown. That was the whole point. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I talk bullshit and then I forget what I'm doing. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Let's remove the kicks. Pretty shit, but I think we can improve it. That's like a basis of a breakdown that's gonna be great. Stay with me. Am I the only streamer on Twitch that's genting right now? I mean, right about now, like at this moment? Let's copy paste this. Okay, it sounds pretty cool, but let's try and bring a different note. I feel like the sound is too dirty. Yeah, I feel like the sound is way too dirty. I'm playing Killing Floor 2 here. Nice. Overwatch as well. Yeah, awesome. But it's my first time. It's my first Remy streaming. It's your first Remy streaming. How often are you stream? Well, I'm hoping I can do 1 stream per week. But the last time I said that, I did not stream for like 3 years. But yeah, this year I'm not joking. I'm pretty confident. I will do 1 stream per week, at least. By the way, if you have any like idea of things you want to hear or you want to see or want to learn during the streams, please let me know. Please feel free to brainstorm some ideas with me. I love to hear about the things you want to learn or you want to hear me talk about. So if you have any cool ideas, just feel free to tell me, and I will be more than happy to do it on stream. You know what? Let's listen to the track from the beginning, and I will try and bring a light into my room because it's getting a bit dark in here. I'm not sure about going straight into this section. I'm really not sure about that. But there's something I want to take care of first. Is like I feel like this transition could be better still. You know what? Let's add a crash, like a sample. Drums crashes. I don't want to go through 1 million crashes, so let's just take this one. Okay, and let's try and add it right here. Once per week, cool. In Mexico, it's 10:30 a.m. Wow, it's pretty pretty early. Normally I'm walking. Today I was lucky. Yeah, I was wondering if oh wait, my webcam is off again. Yeah, I'm using my iPhone as a webcam, but it seems like it's always getting out of sync with the PC. So I always have to go back to the iPhone and like restart the app. Pretty annoying. So I think I'm gonna have to invest a little bit into getting myself a nice camera or something. I was gonna say, yeah, so 10:30 a.m. in Mexico, it's pretty early. I was wondering, like, what would be the best time for me to stream, because obviously a lot of people from different countries are watching my stream, so I have to find the most optimized time for everyone, and it's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult to figure out. So I'm not sure. Maybe like starting right now, like at 5, it's 5 p.m. It's 5:30 p.m. for me. So maybe around this time is like the best for everyone in Europe and America as well. 24-hour stream. It's the only way. That's true. That's can't argue with that, man. Can't argue. Can't argue, but it's also very tiring, very exhausting, I believe. I would love to make it happen one day, though. Like we could do like writing a full album in 24 hours from scratch until uploading it to the streaming platforms. Everything, like 10 tracks, everything done in 24 hours. I think that would be a pretty cool thing to do, but let's see. One day we can do that.
Oui.
Thank you very much, Just Daniel, for your 6 month in advance subscription. Thank you very much. That's insane. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna give you the subscription reward just for you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to it. You know what? I'm gonna duplicate this track, because what I would like to achieve is maybe find a different sound for this guitar in this section specifically. I feel like it's hard to figure out what are the notes. Seems a bit what's the word? I'm looking for a word that means like when something is not very clear. In French is brouillon, but I don't know in English how you can explain that something is not very precise. It's yeah, I don't know the word, but anyway. You know what I mean. Let's try and add some velocities as well, because it seems like all the notes have the same velocity, so it feels like very robotic. And thank you very much, Mr. Dead Toast, for the 3 months subscription. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. Okay, let's give you the special treatment for you as well. I love it. Right. Thank you very much. So the emotes are pretty bad right now, to be honest. They were made like in a hurry because of the paint. but I've been working on some new emotes and are still being approved. So whenever you upload emotes, you have to wait for them to be approved, and then people can start using it. So hopefully for the next time, you're gonna have some new, nice, better looking emotes. Paint, yeah, Paint is it's a good tool. Microsoft Paint is very underrated. Very underrated. Maybe we can do a Microsoft Paint stream one of those days, like writing a metal track on Microsoft Paint. Okay, what I would like to do here is first save the track. So done, and then I'm gonna try and fill in the blanks with like, or maybe I can do let me think. Maybe I can do like some sort of a riff on top of everything. This is not what I'm trying to achieve. Like some sort of arpeggio, but with the guitar. Something like this. Sorry for the horrible sounds. But it needs to be at a higher octave though. And it needs to be faster than that. Let's... No. Okay. Something like this. Okay, something like that. But let's create a variation for the second time. See you, Kiwi. It was great to have you. See you soon. Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. See you, Asrod66. See you next time. Would be interesting to know if you ever use real guitars when recording, considering the latency. Using plugins like no, yeah. So I don't know. It's like you have to ask this to people that can, like people that are better at guitar than I am. But I mean, just plugging in your guitar and playing through the archetype or any of the neural DSP plugins, it should give you pretty good results already, honestly. It's like there's very minimal amount of setup you need to do in order for it to sound good. But obviously you have to know how to play guitar well to make a guitar part sound good. You know, that's something that's pretty obvious. In my case, if I try to play like this section here, I can tell you it would sound pretty bad because I don't know how to play that. It doesn't mean that if someone that knows how to play it would play it, it would definitely sound better than using a guitar library. But because I don't know how to play that, I'm more than happy to use a library for it. But typically, sometimes I would actually record guitars, and I would specifically write sections like this type of riffs that do not have many notes, that are pretty slow, and that uses a lot of reverb. So something like that, I would be able to play it and it would sound pretty cool. But the more complex riffs, I would rather just use a plugin for it. But then again, if I knew how to play it, I would for sure just record it. But it's not the case. It's not the case, and sometimes, you know, you have to go through the pain of like imagine I would sit here, look at this, and be like, okay, now I have to learn this. After I learn it, I have to practice it a few times, like a long time actually, and then I have to try and record it. But I know that I'm not gonna be able to record it the first time, so I need to keep trying. I need to keep trying to record it again and again until it sounds good. So it's a long process, and I'm kind of lazy. And I like the fact that I can just write this and then move on to the next riff. You know, without having to go through the stage of learning it, recording it. Yeah, that's my approach to it. Let's try and bring the sections before once again. Oops. Let's try and bring this section again. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, come on. I just want to bring this over here. Okay. I'm going to listen to the track in the beginning. I noticed that there's some kick drums missing here. And I want to add a drum fill. Is yeah, I want to improve the drum fill here. Okay, let's try and add a electronic hat right over here. Like some sort of a trap hat. My hat's closed, something like... Let's try this one. Only great heavy sound. Only use the archetype plugin plus EQ and compressor. So for the guitars, I use... Depends. For the rhythm guitar, which is this one, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and rename it. So come on. Rhythm guitar. So the contact instrument is shreddage free. Then archetype. So archetype is the one I use because that's the one I have. I know there are a few different ones, like the there's a Gojira one that just came out like this week or something, and it looks pretty good. So that would be interesting to try it as well. And one EQ. I don't even have a compressor on it. And then on the like post metal guitar, it's the same thing except I have a reverb on top of it. That's the same thing. So let's go ahead and do reverb. guitar, reverb guitar, rhythm guitar, and that's arpeggiator guitar. Usually I like to put my guitars in blue. Yes. Nice and clean. Now let's go ahead and try to add this trap hi-hat on top of the riff. See how that sounds. Okay, let's bring back the clean riff from the beginning. Maybe without the drums at first. Maybe let's cut it here. Okay, let's try and bring the reverb guitar again, but with a different melody, and like right at the beginning of the riff, because we already heard this section at the beginning. I think it's a great idea to try and not repeat ourselves too much. That's something I always try to do, is whenever I'm repeating a section, like a big section like this, I try the second time around to add something new, just to spice things a little bit. Maybe we can try and add the trap hi-hat on top of it. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, it would sound good, but maybe at a slower pattern. Thank you so much, Andrew. Have a very good day. And thank you for coming. And thank you for being here. See you next time. What if same thing but move everything except the cymbals and snare back by one? I don't know what you're talking about. Same thing but move everything except the cymbals and snare back by 1/8 note. Like basically shifting everything. Can try. Maybe not the bass, maybe just the guitar. Sounds pretty cool. Let's see how it sounds with the section here before. Okay, let's add some fucking hats. Oh, the hats are sidechained. Let's take them out of the group. So yeah, I have like this sidechain group where everything that falls into this group is sidechained by this track here. This track is basically just a simple drum rack with two very short hi-hats. Oh, wait. Oh no, okay, that's the same one. It's the same sample. And basically it's being fed the MIDI data from the drums. So every time there's a kick drum or snare drum, sorry. Every time there's a kick drum or snare drum, that was hard to say. I don't know why. I don't know why that was so hard to say. It's triggering those samples, and then it's basically triggering the sidechain compressor. That's how it works. So it's sidechain compressing the bass guitars a little bit, but not the drummy parts. I like to keep them out of the sidechain group. Basically, the snake drum. Yeah, the snake drum. You've never heard of the snake drum? It's new. It's a new thing. When COVID will end and all the bands will start touring again, all of them will have a snake drum hiding on stage. A solid snake drum. A solid snake drum. Right. After this very interesting discussion, let's try and see how that sounds. Thank you so much, Pudding Slave, for the Prime. Thank you. You know what? I would like to try and something like this, and then find a different melody here. I think I have something, I need to improve it, obviously, but it could be the basis of something that's actually cool. What's this note here? We are in F, right? Yeah, no, that's a D sharp. Okay, so it's going F, F, then D sharp, then D. We go to our bass. We need to make sure to follow the guitar here. So, well, there was a note here. It somehow disappeared. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now the second time, higher notes. I feel like those two notes, I feel like they are asking for this third note here, but I don't know where to place it. and I can bring this note here. Okay. I keep expecting the post-rock tremolo of Brooklyn. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's do it. The problem is usually when I try and create those kind of tremolo guitars, I use a different library that I did not install on the PC. So I use a Touitch free. Can't remember how it's called, but it's like it's a library that's specifically designed for like those kind of tremolo sounds. But you know what? Let's try and do it with the Jupyter library. Maybe we can make that work, because I know like there's an articulation for tremolo sounds actually, and I don't really use it that much because it seems a little bit harder to use than the other library that I'm using. But let's give it a try anyway. Let's try something. Okay. So the articulations are somewhere here. Not too bad. Weird sound, but kinda maybe it works. Check it out. That wasn't too bad. I feel like there are some notes that I can move around. I feel like the first part was better than the second part, but let's listen to it again and go through each note and see which ones we can change and improve. Thank you, Dualids, for the 3 months 3 month subscription. Thank you very much. Let's try again. Okay, I just wanna see how I can improve this guitar sound. Yeah, I feel like it should go into that section, that heavy section here. But at the same time, it's such a cool atmosphere right now. It feels a bit. It feels like it could be a shame that this section ends and go into this metal section. So I don't know. I'm undecided. What I want to try is see if we can find like some sort of bridge, like a bridge section that could lead into the metal part. Let's bring this. No. Maybe I can repeat that again. And sort of slightly fade the music down. I'm gonna take a quick pause to do a run to the toilets quickly. And then I come back and then we listen to the whole track from the top and see what we do with this ending. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I'm back. I'm here. Okay. What about bridge that becomes less intense and only with guitar part that fade out? Yeah, that could be a good way to end the track. The question is, do we want to end the track here? It's already, yeah, the track is already 3 minutes 20. That's pretty big. There's a part of me that says that it's strange to finish a metal track with some clean sounds, but then again, we're here to push boundaries. We're here to try new things, so that might be something cool. That might be something cool. Okay, let's listen to it from the top, and then we can figure it out. Oh fuck, I still have my filter effect applied to the guitar. Bridge is just full-on Prodigy wave. Okay, someone suggested that I add some hardcore GABA kicks. Maybe it's time. Sorry, I have to... I do it again, sorry. needs more variations in the drums, I think. Yeah, I think this fade out would work. It would work. Let's do it. Let's do the fade out thing. If it ends now, yeah, it's exactly how I feel. If it ends now, it feels like you need something more, you know. But that might be a good thing. That might be a really good thing. It's a nice trick to get the listener like hooked into your album or whatever. I'm gonna use it like this. I'm gonna end it like this. And what I want to try and do is improve some of those drums, because I have the feeling that... So there's a few things I noticed. First of all, this section is fine, but the section after it feels... the rhythm guitar feels so out of place. I don't know what it is. What I'm going to do to try and fix that, I'm going to duplicate this track, and then we can figure out, because I'm using this delay thing. I was explaining it earlier in the stream, that in order for the drums and the guitar to stop clashing with each other, like specifically with the kick drum, one thing I like is when you can hear the attack of the guitar and the attack of the kick drum. So when you're writing guitar on the grid, a lot of times the attack will clash with the attack of the kick drum. So I'm using this delay to shift the guitars back to the left, and that way I can hear both the attack of the guitars and the attack of the kick drums. So let's hear it together. That way it feels pretty strange, but if I move it back, it's too much. Okay, it feels pretty weak. I think it's coming from the kick drum. What is the bass doing actually? Yeah, short notes. Let's try and make them longer. Also very quiet notes for some reason. I feel like it's better than it was. I'm wondering if I can cut this section entirely and try and join the breakdown part with the clean section directly. Because this part is, the second time around, feels pretty boring. Okay, let's try and delete that part. Yeah, the tom resonance doesn't feel great. Okay, and maybe we can finish with a power chord. Something like this that would fade out as the clean section fades in. But then, right now I feel like we have some volume problems because now everything feels so quiet after it. Okay, now it should be fine. Okay, so we have this power chord here. Let's bring the bass. The bass here. Little note of bass. That's going to the bass. Little note of bass. Let me know if I say bass too much. Please let me know. For now, it's okay, I think. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But let's fade the guitar out slightly. Almost feels like we're in an Italian restaurant. Don't you think? Sounds like this typical Italian serenade or whatever. Can't unsee. Can't unhear now. So it seems like the apple is fucking red and Italian. That's two things we learned about apples today. Very happy. Fits pretty well. It's almost as if we're here, sitting at this table. You know, it's now all the restaurants are closed, so the best I can do, you know, to entertain you guys is to make Italian restaurant music. That was actually my plan from the beginning. And now if you close your eyes and if you think about pizzas and pastas and other kinds of Italian meals, it almost feels as if you're here. Look at this guy being Italian, I guess. Yeah, this is what it's like, a Chinese Italian restaurant with a picture of Big Ben. No. Look at these people listening to this great music, enjoying a pizza with some mandolin metal in the background. You're making me hungry. I'm making myself hungry. Don't worry. She's enjoying the track. Okay. Enough of Italian restaurants. I'm making everyone hungry. It's a bad idea. You're welcome. You're welcome. So, how is actual music doing? It's always very difficult to focus on the screen and actually finishing something while everyone is talking so much bullshit in the chat. But I love it. I love it. I'm Italian, can confirm that this is absolutely 100% accurate. Yeah, I was gonna say it. It's at least 99% accurate. At least. I was very confident. I was very confident in myself. But I was very confident in myself, but you have an actual Italian person here confirming the facts of today's stream. So thank you very much. You know what? You deserved a little French treat. This is me making music. This is how I do it. I put my hands like this, and my fingers start to extend themselves into the multiverse, and then music just make itself. Anyway, can we get a shot with this? A shot with what? With me touching the multiverse? Or with the Italian restaurant? Or both? Me touching an Italian restaurant. Okay, you give me so many ideas. You give me so many ideas. Maybe next time, I think next time we can have a lot of fun with all these incredible ideas. Okay, I think it's pretty cool that we have this guitar fading out. Let me just play it again. Oh, I just had an idea. Let's add some ghost notes. My belly is making very loud noises after looking at pizzas and Italian restaurants. I think my belly is now suffering from a lack of Italian food. Okay, yeah, I'm going to copy the first part because I'm lazy. Bisous de Paye Restort. Ah oui, quand même. Putain, ça fait loin quand même, Paye Restort. Bah, bisous à toi, je crois savoir qui tu es. En gros, bisous à toi, ça fait super plaisir de te voir ici. So, someone just said bisous de Paye Restort, which means kisses from Paye Restort. Paye Restort is a village from where I come from, the south of France. And I don't know why it's a funny name in French. Paye Restort. I can't explain why. I'm sure you're laughing. You're laughing out loud right now. No. Okay, not too bad. And then I have to keep going because I've been talking and looking at Italian restaurants the whole fucking day. Seriously, the whole day I was looking at Italian restaurants. So now I have to go back into the mindset of creating music. Okay, it's pretty good so far. There's one thing I would like to try and add during this section here. I was hearing in my head a synth. I think if we add like a synth pad or something with a lot of reverb, we could create we could help the atmosphere, because the atmosphere is very like ethereal. I don't know. I don't pronounce that word correctly, but oh, thank you, Ducky, for the 50 bits. Thank you very much. 25 bits or 50 bits. Like a very sort of floating atmosphere. I think if we add some kind of synth, it will help. It will help bring more of that vibe to the track. The Wigorithm. Thank you for your contribution to the chat. Very appreciated. we can try something like that, but I don't want to have it too loud. It shouldn't be too like too much in the foreground. That's more something that's sitting in the back and helping the atmosphere. Maybe I can put some noise on it as well. Let's try erosion. Slightly. I don't know. Let's try something like that. Okay, there's something I want to try is because it's a very long sound. Let's try and bring more of a moving effect into it. Something like this. Maybe without the noise. Okay, let's try. Yeah, it's basically sitting in the background, just being very subtle, but adding a little bit of a moving atmosphere. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. Okay, guys, what time is it? It's 7 p.m. here. I can't unhear the Italian restaurant. It's the same. It's the same for me. I'm sorry. I ruined everything. I created something for hours. I spent a lot of energy, a lot of passion creating something, and then I ruined it instantly. In a matter of seconds, I ruined it. But it's great. It's great. We're still having a good time despite this tragedy. despite this, we're still having a good time. So there's a lot of hope, I think. There's a lot of hope that one day maybe I will make music that's not Italian music. Maybe one day. Guys, I'm getting pretty hungry. I've been streaming for how much? 4 hours. 4 hours. The thing is, I probably want to keep streaming right now because I'm having a good time, and you, my friends, are awesome. I'm having a really good time with you guys. I don't wanna end this for sure. There's a part of me that has been looking at those Italian restaurants that tells me, come on, probably a good time to start eating stuff. So I don't know. I'm undecided. I'm very undecided. I'm very undecided. I think we're gonna listen to the track maybe one last time, and then we can decide at the end of it. Oh, there's something I want to do is maybe improve this fade out, because I've done like a straight line. I feel like I can make it more interesting. Okay. Pretty cool. Now, what we can do is listen from the top. Yeah, very good suggestions. Naughty can you make the pad wider? That's what I'm trying to do now. It's a very good suggestion, actually. Oh, sounds pretty cool. There's probably a few details that I would improve over time, specifically with the drums and some of these sections. Like there's like this breakdown. The breakdown thing, I don't know. Now it feels out of place. This breakdown. Not sure it was a good idea to do that, but I mean the track as a whole makes sense. So that's I'm pretty happy about that. Pretty happy. Thank you, by the way, Attack Turkey for the subscription gift. Thank you very much. Okay. You know what? I think we're gonna end here. So it was a great stream. Thank you so much. I had so much fun with you guys, and I hope you had fun as well. I feel like every time I'm streaming, there's even more people that come and take part and like write funny things in the chat. So it's always great to read everything that you're saying and all the jokes and everything. I'm having a good time. So I hope you're having a good time as well. And thank you for all the follows, all the subs, all the primes. It means a lot. And I will probably see you next week. Then I will try to make it a thing that I'm streaming every Wednesday. So I will probably change the time that I'm streaming at, because I'm not so sure that it's like more optimized time for everyone, because I see that a lot of people from the US, people from Mexico, and it might be better to do it later in the night so everyone can like start the stream at the same time. A lot of people from Mexico for some reason. That's awesome. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're gonna eat some Italian food at some point in the day, in the week, maybe. I wish it happens to you. And yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I will see you next week. And for those that didn't catch the whole stream, it will be obviously uploaded to YouTube, and it will be available as a replay on Twitch, even if you're not a subscriber. So yeah, feel free to watch those whenever you want. Let me just put the chat again. Hi Remy, not sure you remember me. It's Mika from Tokyo, and just wanted to say hi. Oh, Mika, oh, yeah, I remember you. You live in New York now, right? Oh, Tokyo, I miss Tokyo so much. I've been there one time in my life, only once, and it's a place I really want to go back there and explore Japan as a whole. It's something I've always wanted to do, and it's something I should have done last year if COVID didn't happen. So Anyway, Mika, thank you thank you so much for being here and being part of the stream today. I'm back in Tokyo now. Oh, cool. Then you can invite me. I'm kidding. I'm not inviting myself. You invite me if you want. You don't have to. But yeah, I would absolutely love to come back to Tokyo for sure. For sure. I'm from Bolivia. Wow, there's a lot of different countries. It's pretty insane. In Belgium as well. There's a lot of different nationalities. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. It makes me happy that I'm able like to bring so many different like nationalities together. It's pretty insane. Canada as well. Awesome. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. I hope you're having a great day and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Thank you.